get this guy done and over with. Ooh, I should have turned on my light. I'm gonna do that really quick. Don't mind me. I'm gonna be right back for just a moment. Ooh. Okay, there we go. At least I had to turn my light on. I forgot. It's already getting late, so it's going to start getting dark, and I'll have to get that all set up, too. There we are. All right. Wonderful. I'm doing great this evening. I got the dog chores done now. It took a little bit longer. My friend's dog is an absolute, like, prima donna labradoodle, like a white labradoodle, right? And it goes on, you'll take it on a walk, and you start bringing it back towards the house, and it knows you're bringing it back towards the house, so it'll just, like, flop down on the ground like a cat wearing a harness and just not want to move. And so, like, you kind of have to wait it out. So, it was an interesting walk back home, but anyway. I kind of know the dog's tricks now, so. Alright, so I've just been doing starting up, doing some of our skin blemishes and stuff on the dude here. Just trying to get him a little bit more, you know, interest and texture and that sort of stuff. Which, hopefully, that'll look real nice. And then we still have to do the last 2 bits of cloth. Howdy, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hopefully your Sunday's going super good. Luckily, I got all my dog chores out of the way early, so yay. Yeah, dude, I get you. I get you on the work thing. I had to, my family's coming to visit, right? I kind of alluded to that yesterday, so I spent a lot of my morning and afternoon just getting my house, like, in a presentable fashion, you know, to make it look like I don't live out of my kitchen all the time and, you know, that sort of stuff. Nice. Dude, food's always good. Food is always good. But definitely my goal this evening, and I have no more blockers in the way for me to, like, need to stop. I want to get this giant to where I can put a check mark on him and be done with it, and we might move over to the spider, the tarantula, just right after that. Zukin ended up sending me the base files that he had for his spider, so I can kind of use those as a reference guide and kind of build something out from there. But I do want to do a little bit more of this skin and blemish painting, so it might run us a little bit longer on this, but we're getting close. Oh, thanks. Feldane, I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, there's still room to improve, right? But I think it's getting to a state where we can we can at least send it in for approval, see what people think from the team. If there's things I need to adjust or change, that is totally fine. But we're getting to a good stopping point. I think it's one of those things we had talked about a few weeks back, where how do you know when your work is done? It's where you can look at it and not see anything that you need to adjust or change, really, or that you're very happy with. And that's how you have that feeling where you're like, okay, I think everything is in a good state for review. Hey, Nick. Also, just a heads up for everybody, there will be advertisements at some point in this because I hit affiliate, yay. That's kind of cool. I didn't have that earlier. So, y'all made that happen super fast, so just as a heads up. It's kind of a weird thing. Congratulations, now watch some ads. Sucks for you. I don't know. It's weird. I'm always conflicted about that sort of stuff. But at least things are available for people to do whatever they want, and you know, at least now maybe I can earn a little revenue and get some snacks and stuff on occasion, right? That's the whole point. I'm not looking to become mega streamer or nothing. That's not really my intention here. So it's just to chill out and make some artwork, because I'd be doing that regardless. Oh, dang it. Thanks, Nick. See, this is one of those weird things that I'm still not used to, is people subscribing to stuff. Yep, pup was just fine. I took care of the pup earlier this afternoon. I was talking about that my buddy has a very prima donna sort of dog with attitude, right? Where we go out for these walks, and I took her on a damn long walk too. It had to be close to almost an hour. Just because I was like, you know what, I felt bad after yesterday, and I like rushed over and took her on a nice walk. Still a good walk, not as long though. Just because it was starting to get dark. And so today I was like, you know what, I'll make up for it and take her on this super long walk. It was even like quasi raining, you know, where it's just been so like crazy rainy here in the south. Yeah, it was still a very, very nice walk, but still, that dog knows when you want to take it back to the house. And it gets very attitude-y, where it'll just lay on the ground. It'll like stop and just flop over, and you're like, it's adorable, I love it, but I really want to go back home now. I want to drag you across the concrete. I look like a frickin' savage then, you know? So it's like, come on, I gotta coax you back up. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I mean, I do enjoy making art. That's the one thing that I've always enjoyed to do, and it's kind of cool that Twitch is a thing that exists where you don't just have to play video games on it, you don't just have to sit in a hot tub and, you know, stream whatever. You can legit just do the thing that you're able to do, which for me is art, and, you know, entertain people that way, which I think is pretty cool. For sure. Anyway, got the dog home. no issues there. You know, there was some attitude, but I can wait that out. You know, so that's why it also took about the hour to get for the entire walk-in entirely, because it's like, okay, well, we'll go this other way, and then I take her half a block down, and then rotate back towards the house again. So that is why I did start a little bit later than I wanted to, but that's okay. That is all good. Yeah, hot tub art stream. Heck yeah. There you go. Yeah, it makes for an easy sub, for sure, for sure. I do think it's kind of cool that, you know, as more of our team gets into streaming, even regardless of if we are like doing it at the same time or whatever, I think it's kind of neat that through the week, people just get different parts of the development space, but also the fact that it's kind of like it's almost like continuously getting like 24/7 development streams, which is kind of neat. So it's like almost like the Monsters and Memories TV show channel, where it's just 24/7 almost streaming for Monsters and Memories content. I think it's kind of cool. Right? You're gonna be like, I watched the creation of the wolf, I watched the creation of the giant, right? Yeah, that's kind of the cool part, where we get to go on that journey, where you get to see it as it kind of comes together, which is neat. I mean, that's kind of why we do the art that we do. You know, I make these models because I want to see them get animated and have an animator breathe life into them, right? That's the fun part for me, is suddenly seeing the thing that I made that's just in this squared off T-pose, all of a sudden walking around and doing stuff, right? And then having stories built around them and having adventures, you know, to fight them, and that's a really fun thing as a job, you know. I hope he has some really bassy footsteps too, so that way you, when he's walking around and stuff, you can really get a feeling for that he's gonna be approaching you. Right? Oh man, I didn't even think about these guys like walking up on you in the dark. Oh no, that would be brutal. Yeah, you just see a bunch of toes walking up on you. That's feeling better. I like those ears. Made some progress on that. I got kind of focused in on those, but I think they were feeling a little bit off to me. Let's do some of the foot damages. I think I just painting that straight on the skin, so. Give him just a giant band-aid. In case he got a ouchie. Give him one of those like just big old like band-aids right in here. Cool. Boop. Oh, owie, he's hurt. Truth. That it would be large enough. One thing I have to be a little bit careful of is his feet are butterflied or mirrored. So if any detail I put on one kind of gets it on the other, so I got to be a little bit careful about, like, it doesn't look too samey, you know? I might have to adjust this X on his foot, or on his big toe, just because it's kind of like really close together. But we'll see. I might just put it a little bit more down on the edge there. That way it's not as egregious. And then I've got the X over here, so I think that's okay. And again, then you won't really see that from the front. You'll only see it from the side, and it'll just depend on what side you're on. You'll really notice that there's a mirror there, but I don't think that'll be as bad. It's kind of hiding. Oh, I can't unmirror it because the UV maps are laid over the top of each other, which means anything I do on one side of the leg will be on the other. The parts of the character that are mirrored are the arms, so, I'm not, oh yeah, I am in symmetry right now, but even if I toggle the symmetry, so like, if I draw a circle over here, right, you can see that shows up on the arms, but if I draw a circle on his belly, there isn't. But then his legs are mirrored, so, like... So basically, the point at which it cuts off where there isn't a mirror is, like, right here. Because if I scribble, now you can see where that mirror is, right? Where it's like, it's only really the chest and the face that have that asymmetry, and then everything else is mirrored. Which makes it just a little bit more challenging to figure out, you know, what we can do in terms of detail. But if you can hide it well enough, most players don't really notice it. Because again, it's kind of also about, like, perspective at which they're standing, right? So if he's standing like this, you might not see some of the mirror as much because you're not looking at the sections that are actually mirrored. Oh yeah. Late night is 9 o'clock. 9:30 maybe. Oh, for sure. For sure. Especially if you know you're gonna need to get food late night, right? Make that battle plan. Yeah, I've had those feelings from time to time. I was lucky enough, especially when I was first starting out at my job in Arizona, you know, my first industry job. You know, I had gotten like a rented house, basically. And my cousin came out to, I was living in Phoenix at the time, and he was doing his Cordon Bleu training. Well, anyway, him and his gal at the time ended up having some issues. And so he's like, hey, can I move in with you? Because he was still going to school for like his Cordon Bleu training. And so, man, did I eat super good during that time. And I learned a lot about cooking from him, because he would go to class, right? I would go to work, we'd get back, and then he's like, oh, I need to do some training. And so he would sit and cook stuff, and he's like, hey, can you help me? So like prep stuff and whatever. And so like I'd help him do prep and whatever. So I got a lot of like second-hand chef training. Yeah, it was a pretty good deal. Definitely made me a better cook, that's for sure. There you go. That's quite a move. Aw. That's unfortunate. Huh. Interesting. Sure. I mean, I come from Wisconsin, so I totally get the cold weather climate and snow and all that sort of stuff. For sure. True, true. Well, I mean, part of it too is people that live in those areas, right? Once you've lived there for 20-something years, I'm pretty sure it probably wears a little bit thinner once you've been there a long, long time. You know? That's one thing where I can see how people could kind of be like, I want something else. I don't want to have to shovel snow forever. See, you're kind of have that same personality I do. I too enjoy like cool weather, right? I don't enjoy super cold weather, but I enjoy cool weather. But additionally, I also really like when it's rainy and gray, compared to a lot of people do not. A lot of people really like the sunshine and blue skies and stuff, but I'm very much a I don't mind the gray sky kind of stuff. I definitely can see that, especially in the summertime. It does get hot in Arizona, no lie. Yeah, in Phoenix, for sure. I was gonna say, if you ever went up to Flagstaff and stuff, I mean, it was typically very nice up there, in that area. Yep, I mean, that's the rotation. Especially when you're early on in your career and such, right? Like, it is definitely just, work, eat, sleep. Yes, and video games. Work, eat, sleep, video games. These are all true things. Yeah, that's true. I mean, all of that makes perfect sense, right? Like, I mean, I too left Arizona just because it wasn't a very large there were video game studios there, but it wasn't a big hub for tech and studios and stuff. So once some of those studios started having financial issues, right? There's like where there wasn't many other places where you could go. So it kind of became more of a where can I find the next set of work? What are the major hubs for the gaming industry? And luckily, you know, there are a couple of studios in Texas and stuff. I'd still say it's probably the third largest gaming hub for studios, but really the main hubs are California and Seattle. But I'll be real, I went to Seattle and Seattle wasn't my vibe, even though it was on the top places of you know, the US that I actually wanted to go and try and live. But I think it really comes down to the people and friends and stuff that I made here in Austin. It was hard to leave that. Especially like all of the stuff that I had figured out and built up, and yeah, it was hard for me to just leave all that and go away, and I decided ultimately I was much, much happier just mentally when I was in Austin, so I decided to go back to Austin, but that was more of a me decision than anything. True, you do miss certain things, right? Leaving Austin. Not a lot of great barbecue places in Seattle. You know, there were barbecue places. I wouldn't say that they rivaled anything here, you know, or the amazing tacos that are all around the Austin area. So many good taco spots. Totally. You get those weird food cravings that you're used to, and suddenly you don't have many options. Nice. Yeah, South Carolina's pretty nice, I hear. Never have been, but I do know some people that have lived there before, and they always spoke pretty highly of it. Fact, that is brutal. Oof, yeah. That's kind of one of the things I always, one of my friends that lived here in Austin was thinking about moving. And he told me, oh, I really want to go to Portland. And kind of after doing the Seattle thing, this is kind of when I was first really starting to 100% consider about moving back. He asked me what did I think about living in Seattle, and I gave him my, you know, unvarnished opinion, where it just wasn't my jam, and he might find it a better place to live than me, but really what it came down to, and something I might do in the future, if I do decide like, oh, I do want to move, or it's something that I would want to do again, would be to literally just rent a place for a month or two and then go live there, right? And see what it's all about before you make the ultimate commitment of going there, right? Right, exactly. all, moving is such a big commitment, right? Where if you just rented an apartment or a house or something for a couple of months, you know, something that was furnished or whatever, right? You might be able to just do a month by month for a month or two, and that expenditure would be a little bit higher, but at least then you'd get an idea of, is this a place that I'd really want to live? What's the vibe of the city or place that I'm going to? It might help with that decision than just biting the bullet, spending all of the money, going there and realizing that it wasn't something you really wanted to do. Or that you wouldn't be happy going there. Yeah, I was just watching a news report on that of what are the current costs to be able to have, you know, the stable middle class sort of experience in America, and it was $100,000. It shocked me because I don't make that, but granted, I also do not own a house either. So yeah, I mean, it's not a surprise, I'll be real. It's just one of those things where you just have that realization of, oh yeah, that's probably what everybody needs. Nice. That's pretty good. I mean, you gotta be responsible. I mean, I come from a not overly wealthy family, right? So for me, it's all been saving and penny pinching, and I've been lucky enough to have some really good jobs too that paid well, and so that's always kept me in you know, the black, right? And man, the last few years have just been not tough, but I really just have to watch what I'm spending, make sure I've saved enough. And then, you know, I always try to build out an emergency fund, and then when stuff and eventually goes sideways, the emergency fund will carry me through. So a big part of it is, you know, the last couple of years has been, you know, lose job or have job difficulties, burn through the emergency fund, land a new job or gig, get enough cash to be able to recover, and then go back into having to look for a new job and relying on the emergency fund again, which is not very fun because you're not getting ahead. You're basically just treading water, which is not great. But this last year has been really good for me, and you know, didn't get a new job, but the job I have has been continued to be stable-ish. And so it's looking like it's getting a good upturn this year, and so that's good. But yeah, that's all good things. So hopefully this next year will be get full recovery, get my safety net back, right? My savings and stuff back, which is really important, and then hopefully get my feet back under me fully, and then I can go from there. Which is big yay. Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's one of the things I was thinking of just the other day. Because, you know, buying a house is always on mind, right? And so for me, it was kind of one of those things where realizing that housing in the US is basically become an investment, and it shouldn't be, because it's housing. Housing shouldn't be an investment. Housing should be housing. That's one of the things that I started really thinking about lately, where your net worth shouldn't go up because you own a house, right? That shouldn't be a thing. You just own some property and that should be it, right? I get it, but it's one of those things where I think if we untethered housing being a investment, I think that would help a lot of people, because then it's not worth to invest in housing. So all these corporations and companies and stuff stop buying houses that people can use to live in. Would be good. Yeah, and that's like the biggest hit for that. I think the main thing that needs to happen specifically with housing is if you buy a house, if you purchase a house, you have to live in that house for like 3 years. That should be a legit thing. You personally, if you have purchased that house, not a corporation, it has to go to a person. That person has to then live in that house for at least a minimum of 3 years, and they have to be the owner, right? It's not like we're this corporation and we purchased this house and then we just put somebody in it and for 3 years, right? It has to be the person that owns that house individually, or jointly, right? Like it can be one of those two things, but somebody has to be in that house. Like, even if you're a house flipper, I don't care. I don't care if that's like your job or whatever and you flip houses. It's like, if you purchase that house, you have to live there you flip it for 3 years then, right? And then you can sell it, but you also have to live there physically. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, exactly. No, I agree. 65 is pretty affordable too in this day and age as well, right? Like, I will say that's the one nice thing about working in the video games industry, especially after COVID. The working remote stuff was fantastic and still remains so. That's one really nice addition where, man, I know some people really like going into office and stuff, but dude, you waste so much time. You waste, like, I remember going into the office when I was working in offices specifically, and I'd waste a good hour and 30 minutes of my time because people would want to walk up. I mean, like, I would walk in and sit down at my desk, and then people, friends or whatever, would just start walking up and talking to me. And I wouldn't actually start working until 11:30, and then 30 minutes would roll by. Oh, time for lunch. So then when I go on lunch, I wouldn't even really get to work until like 1:15. They were ridiculous. And like, working from home, I literally get to wake up and I get to sit down at my computer and I start working from 9:30 until noon. You can't tell me that people are not more productive with that. Especially, like, for me, I prefer not being interrupted. So, I mean, it was just one of those things that I noticed, and I don't understand why people need to go back into work. Because if you've worked in an office, everybody will know that you just burn hours and hours on nothing, right? Stupid conversations that I'm just sitting at my desk and people are chit-chatting and talking, and you know, it's just like I'm just trying to get my start my day, man. I get it. People, it's harder to interface with people, like one-on-one, and you know, it's harder to read people over the internet when you're just on a you know, screen or whatever. But still, goodness, I can see it doing hybrid, right? That makes sense. Where you come in a couple of days and then most of the times you just F off back to your domicile where you feel happy and you can just focus and work and not have any distractions. Well, yeah, I am a very workhorse personality. So for me, I'm pretty disciplined and not really getting distracted with stuff on the slide, right? So that's the one thing is I can just work on stuff ad nauseum until it's time to I mean, heck, for me, when I was working at my old studios, I didn't even want to spend the time to drive somewhere. So I'd be done working and then just sit and continue working for another 3-4 hours. I'd typically be one of the last people to leave the building just because I'd either be working on something in addition, or sometimes I decided, hey, I'm gonna work on my own stuff, but I just didn't want to like take the drive, and so I mean the alarms would start arming while I was in the building, right? It'd be like midnight, right, and I'd still be working. So it's just one of those things where I can get really like focused in and doing work for long periods of time and not have any effect on me, and or be distracted by stuff. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. That must be real tough. Heck yeah, that's the way to do it. Tell it, that sounds fantastic. Dang, dude. It's pretty awesome. Hey, well, it's good to... Dang, that's crazy. Well, I'm glad you're here. So, hey, we've all had those difficult and hard roads, man. Some of us, it might not be medical. Some of us, it might be mental. Some of us, it might be, you know, financial. Some of it might be a combination of those things, or health-wise, or any of those bits, right? So, there's one thing I always tell myself. It's like, I just really enjoy breathing. I really do. Nice. I mean, there is something about getting to go and experiencing a new world. I'm not gonna lie. I will tell you, the first time I really had that, like, true experience for me, personally, was when I first played Mass Effect. Playing the first Mass Effect was one of the first times where I realized, I'm like, ooh, I could live here. I'd live in that world. It's pretty dope. I mean, there's giant robot monsters that are going to be trying to kill the human race, but, you know, I could live in that. That would be sick. Heck yeah, dude. Go get them coffees. Nice. I'm sure you actually navigate Washington State by Starbucks. I think that's the only way you can really transverse around the state. I know, that's why it was kind of, I forget how I think I was talking to Zukin about that, where I told him, like, I'm going to need to spend a lot of time on these feet because it's literally going to be the part of the character that's in your face most of the time. So, you know, normally on a lot of characters, you don't really put a lot of development time into feet, right? You're kind of like, you know, I'll put some shade down here and kind of work through some stuff, but you don't really like texture dev out the feet that hard, you know? Like, you're not really paying attention to it unless the character is, you know, 5 stories tall and stomping on your head, right? And so that was one of the things that I was talking to Zukin about, where I'm like, yeah, the texturing on this guy's probably going to be a little bit more in depth, only because I need to go through and really give a good detail pass in here. So that way when you're playing the character, all the detail for the character kind of fits down here too. I think it's going to look cool, guys. I think it's going to look so cool. I'm so stoked for this character, man. He's turned out really, really good. I mean, the Wood Elves, I think, when I got done working on those, I was really happy with them too, but the feedback on them was so good. You know, I had to go back and noodle around on it a little bit more, but I think they're in a fantastic state now, which is kind of neat. Oh, dang it. The one thing about this is I wish I could get, there we go. Thank you, hide tool. The hide tool on 3D Code is a little bit finicky, but it's so good. Oh, goodness. No, you haven't. I did play a little bit of EverQuest, but I was not a avid EverQuest player. My family was not rich enough to afford dial-up back in those days. So I'd go over to a friend's house and play, but it wasn't very often, or, you know, I didn't, like, have my own account and character and stuff. And so, like, he would let me play his character, which was cool, but I never really had one of my own for EverQuest, so I kind of missed out on that. And I didn't really get money to be able to, like, support my video game habit properly until I was, like, out of college. And so by then it was kind of the main MMO to play was World of Warcraft, and I played a lot of World of Warcraft. But, I mean, I do still remember my buddy going, "Oh, dude, you should play EverQuest. Do you want to see it?" And he booted it up, and I was just like in awe. I mean, at that time, those graphics were amazing, right? And like, I remember him he was doing a corpse run with a bunch of people and running through like this jungle and stuff, and it was like on an island, and it just looked amazing. And I'm not gonna lie, young me was exceedingly jealous, but I didn't have any money for that, to be able to afford that. A monthly subscription fee? Ha! I didn't have internet, not only that, but afford a monthly subscription? Get out of here. I didn't have that disposable income. Oh, man. Hey, I mean, sounds like you keep getting good dice rolls, man. That's what it sounds like. I mean, still rocking it, still surviving. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, we all go through those tough spots in life, man. You know. I've had those too. We all have those experiences, I should say. I mean, like, can't say I've ever gone through anything like what you've gone through, and I got huge kudos that you've stuck with it, and, you know, I'm glad you're in a good spot now. But that is the one thing about life. It is trials and tribulations. And everybody has different tolerances, so... Hey, congrats! Yeah, hey, also almost 42, so, you know, I'm back in the place kind of where I started this whole journey, you know, from when I was in Austin before. So, I mean, that's been an 8-year cycle to get back to where I was. So I basically burned 8 years to get back to the spot that I was at 8 years ago. You know, sometimes we have different roads that we gotta travel on. I did know Sean. When I worked here in Austin at Kings Isle, you know, 10 years ago, right? He was working on a completely different project than I was at the time. But I had met him, and I thought he was a really cool dude. And so, you know, I think him and I kind of hit things off when we were there at the studio and whatnot. And I recognized that he was really talented at what he did. And so, you know, we had the layoffs and stuff at KI, and it was unfortunate. And so we all, like, kind of went our separate ways. And, you know, years later, I'm on LinkedIn, and I see Sean posting stuff about this project he's, like, getting started with, right? And I see some of the art and whatnot, and I'm like, dang, that looks amazing. And I just said to myself, I'll keep my eye on this, because I think it's really cool. And so, you know, a couple years later, I'm looking at his stuff, and there's more stuff posted, and I just figured, you know what, I'll reach out to Sean and see if he needs somebody to do some art, because I was interested in the art style. I thought the project was really cool. I thought I had, you know, some ability to contribute to it. And so I just reached out to Sean and said, hey, do you need an artist? And he said, well, we might, you know, kind of thing. And we chit-chatted a little bit. And eventually he kind of said, yeah, we could probably use you. And, you know, kind of gave me a rundown interview kind of thing. Hey, are you interested? I'm trying to build this, like, you know, knowledgeable team. And, you know, I want to make sure that you know what's going on with this and what it's all about. And it was really upfront about everything. And, you know, I mean, Sean's a very earnest person. And so for me, I really appreciate that fact, right? And I knew that from when I had worked with him, right? Or like worked, you know, in the same building with him, right? And met him previously. And so it was kind of neat to just have that unvarnished opinion. Oh, for sure. I agree. It is very important. So, I mean, for me, I was just enamored with the artwork and stuff, and I figured I do have the skills to contribute to the project and try to not like improve it to the point where it like I can change the artwork or anything, but just help people along with what they're working on and kind of guide people that need assistance on stuff. Because I mean, I've been working on this in this industry for a long time and doing a lot of hand painting stuff, and so I've got a lot of resource there. And so yeah, I think it's been a neat project to start working on, and hopefully I can continue to contribute on it. Well, I think a lot of people, I mean, not everybody clicks with everybody, sure. I'm sure there's like, you know, people have their own individual issues with stuff, right? But I think more people kind of are jiving with what the project is, right? What the ultimate vision is. You know, we might have our own disagreements or qualms about stuff, or I don't think it should be this or this, but I think everybody agrees in the shared vision that this project is, and they want to see it succeed. And I think that's where a lot of the passion, and, you know, with passion comes disagreement, you know, all comes from. But I think we're all in the place where we're also pretty laid back enough where, you know, if somebody disagrees, it's more of like what's your grievance, let's find a way around it and solve for the issue, than, you know, full on just pulling well, I don't care what you think, it's gonna be my way or the highway kind of thing, right? It's more of a give and take. Right, exactly. And I think that's the thing, is making it be healthy and constructive over, you know, having arguments and disagreements and stuff. So and a big part of it too is some of these developers, right? Like Zukin, this is like his first game that he's worked on, right? And so, you know, it's been kind of nice to. I mean, he knows way more about the ins and outs of this project than I do, right? But I'm completely recognize that he has that over me, but I think for him and me, it's kind of like I have a lot of knowledge that I can like help him with, and I think the wolf is a really good example. We have had multiple discussions about like how to do the hair, how to do the breakdowns, and then like trying to figure out a way for him to learn how to do it effectively, and just having a lot of patience with the result. And I think the ultimate, like, that wolf turned out fantastically. And I told him, you know, well, in a year you might go, oh, that wolf completely sucks. But I think right now, at this moment, it looks amazing. So, and if you look at the wolf at what it was when he first posted the image to me, and what he put out at the end, you know, a couple weeks later, and yeah, it was a struggle, and yeah, he had to do a lot of learning, it's night and day different, and he should feel really proud about that product, you know. And granted, is it the 10 out of 10 best thing ever? You know, it's a learning experience, so I'd probably say no. But at the same time, is it a drastic improvement over what he started with? Is it something that he can, you know, hang his hat on, go, I learned a lot on that, and go, I'm better for working on that character? Absolutely. Absolutely, 100%. So, I'm really proud of him for him sticking with that and knocking it out of the park the way he did. Sure. I mean, I think there's room for that, you know, especially on a lot of different characters and stuff. I think hand painting body hair is kind of tough for a lot of people just because it is so kind of wonky. I mean, heck, this is the first character I've actually painted body hair on, but I think it turned out pretty good for what it is, you know. You know, do I think there's spots where I could probably make adjustments and stuff? Sure. But I think overall, like, I think it's a good first attempt on this sort of thing. It's kind of one of those things, you don't wake up and, like, you know, one day and just go, I'm gonna paint this giant with all this body hair on him. I mean, this is me learning too, right? Oh yeah, absolutely. If you look at this guy when I was first painting the hair and it was just like solid hair, it didn't look very good, and I agree. But yeah, I think going through and you know, painting out some of the muscle structure and stuff, and just fading the hair in general, in certain spots has really helped. Just, it feels more natural, right? And I think that was kind of the thing, was it was still feeling very unnatural before. Which I think, like I said, I think there's still a good amount of work that we could still noodle on this, but it's feeling good. Once again, is it 10 out of 10? You know, doesn't need any adjustments? Probably not. I'm probably gonna get feedback that I need to change stuff. I'm assuming that's gonna be the case. Just because on other characters, it's I've thought I've like knocked it out of the park, and then all of a sudden there's change requests coming in. It was like, oh, I thought it was amazing. Yeah, for sure. I think it's just because it's not as in your face, because it's getting kind of blended out slightly. It's becoming more you know, toned into the character than it is like sticking out as hard as when I was first painting it in. I mean, the other thing I can't do it on, let's see, Control P. Let's jump into Photoshop real quick. I'm gonna separate out the, update please, there we go. I'm gonna separate out the body hair, I think. With the... There we go. I'm just gonna call it body hair. There we go. Boom. Save. Alright. So now, I got the body hair is now body hair, right? And then if I turn on his hair, now his hair is just his hair. So that should separate out those two layers to be their own things. And then I did want to fix this up too while I was here. I talked about that yesterday and I haven't done that yet, so I want to... And then if we want to make hairless giants, we can, because now it's separated into layers like that. Oh, for sure. I think in terms of... Right? I think I think one of those things where I think once we get the details and stuff laid in, that's one of the things that I've noticed about M&M in a lot of like the characters and the art and the concepts and stuff is there's just a lot of latent detail spread throughout the characters in general. Like most characters are just very highly detailed all the way through, which is I think in itself very unique. But yeah, I think that's what makes M&M such a quality product. And I think that's what drew me to the art style a lot, was just how polished and detailed every single asset looked through the entirety of the game, right? This is one of those things where this character, in particular, just because his size and just the texel density that we have in our textures, I could literally noodle on this for probably another 2 weeks and just keep polishing this character until it was an absolute gemstone, right? But I think, you know, I'll have to be happy with the fact that it'll just have to be kind of a diamond in the rough. Because it looks good, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to crap on my own artwork here, but I think, you know, you as an artist, it's one of those things where you can noodle on stuff for an eternity, legit. Actually, one thing I do want to do as well, I don't think I ever completed, yeah, I didn't. I never completed his little mustache circle here. I kind of stopped halfway through. You can see, look at how rough this is. Here, let me zoom in just a little bit more. Look at how rough all this is, and then like I actually have all the strands and stuff painted in here, and I just kind of like halfway stopped through. It's like, yeah, I'll get to this later. I'm like, oh, should probably polish this up. Yeah, right? Gross. I mean, there's enough textile density. I could start giving this dude, like, dandruff and shit. Legit. Like... Heck, I was able to draw a skeleton in his beard earlier. Yep. Just gotta delete it and start over. I can do better. I can do better, guys. This is Bush League. Bush League right here. Oh, man. He uses a lot of product, man. He's got it's a lot of gnome's blood. Puts in that beard. Keeps it shiny and clean. Gandalf RP. Hell yeah. I'll talk with Zukin if we can start doing some beard opportunities here for the characters and stuff. I mean, we still have to go through so much in terms of customization options right now. You know? Like, everything has, like, pass V1. You know? There's just so much to do. Luckily, textures don't really require us to do any additional stuff except for, you know, create the new texture, which is probably like a day's worth of work, half a day, yeah, about a day's worth of work, and then just integrate it into the system, and then, you know, because once we have all the models and stuff in place, all we have to do is just paint new faces and stuff. So, you know, doing iterations, making iterations on the faces and stuff, and like doing a V1, 2, 3, 4, you know, day maybe two's worth of work, and then we've got a V2, V3, but like doing stuff like different beard options and mustaches and stuff, you know, that'll be, you know, a couple days worth of work, and then has to go through the rating process and stuff. So I'd still say we could probably knock out additional looks and stuff in probably from the time we would start to the time we would end in like a month. We could probably get most of the characters to have additional looks and dyeables and different eyes and face textures and stuff, and probably some different hairstyles and beard styles and stuff for sure. I think goal one, though, is just getting a first pass on everything. Getting first pass of giants, getting first pass of, you know, enemy types, first pass of the races that we want to have in this for initial release, and then once we go there, then we'll be able to make adjustments and do additional looks and styles of things. So. Beard lighting would be a pretty dope slider to have for sure. I did do this differently than like a lot of beard textures. I actually modeled this on a plane. I know on like the dwarves, it's actually modeled out in geometry, like it's kind of like a bulb, you know, that sits on their face. This guy, it's literally just a plane. So like you can kind of see under his beard and stuff, but I think if I double side this geometry, it'll look fine. It just made it feel more natural when it was sitting on his chin like that, right? It's kind of conscious decision, because otherwise it would have been like this, like, kind of like the dwarves are. It's like it would be this bulb that would just sit underneath his, like, I think it just would have looked less cool, personally. Because you wouldn't have all these wisps and stuff coming off it, right, with the alpha. That was the conscious decision I made on how to make this look really good. I don't know. I guess if he's laying down and you can kind of see through his beard, it kind of breaks illusion slightly, but I just thought when he's standing over you like this and you're looking up at him and you're seeing him like just smash your face in, I think this was the way to go. You know, maybe I'll think about another way, like I'll have to put in another plane that sits underneath and then I'll just make it really like a solid piece. But I'll have to figure that out. I mean, true. The audacity? I don't know if that's like... I am affronted by this beard, but, you know, it's passable. I feel conflicted over that critique. Harumph. It is quite bold. Again, you know, yesterday there was somebody that had some critiques and stuff, and I think that's perfectly acceptable. Critiques are what make your art better. If you can't take a critique and go, I'm weighing the critique, I see what you're saying, right? I have reasons for the things that I did and reasons why I chose the path that I kind of took, but at the same time, I need to assess those requests or change requests and then see how it can better the art, right? And that's one of those things where, you know, I kind of push back a little bit on the critique, but at the same time, I also recognized that it was something that I could make adjustments to, just because I know that my art is not infallible. You know, the amount of times that I've posted a character for M&M in our Slack and then had immediate change requests come in has been pretty much every character I've done, so, you know, I know it's not a guarantee to get approved. But hopefully this guy will have some minimal change requests come in. We'll see. More than likely it'll have change requests, so. Nothing major, I'm sure, but it'll be just minor adjustments and stuff. And luckily, a lot of the feedback has always been very minor in general. The only time that we had, like, from the art team, you know, from the character art team that we had major pushback was just trying to get the wood elves into the game. Like, I had been working on that for, like, probably a month and a half to 2 months, and I was kind of at the point where I just want to see it in game. I just want to get it into the game, see what it's like, you know, how does it feel, right? And just, you know, see what the character is at that point, because we had a lot of feedback on the wood elves. But once we got them in game, it helped a lot, because what ended up happening was a lot of the feedback ended up changing. And so once the feedback changed, then it was kind of a different set of modifiers that I had to put on the characters and stuff. And again, luckily a lot of the changes were pretty minor, so... Well, hopefully I get to work on all the elf races, because I'm a big elf character fan, so fingers crossed I get to do the dark elves and the high elves, you know? Big fingers crossed on that, because I did really enjoy making the wood elves. That's probably going to be like the first character type I play, because I love me some wood elves. But we'll see. Yeah, I mean, art... The one thing about production art, I will say, is everybody has an opinion about the production art, so, you know, it is a difficult thing to make everybody happy with the work that's getting done. And so it is very much a balancing act of What do you change? What do you cut? You know, it's one of those things I've had conversations with for this project, which is that a hill that you want to die on, right? You don't want to fight at every hill, because, you know, at that point it's kind of like you're becoming a squeaky wheel. But also, I get it, people have convictions about things that they want, but is that a hill that you want to die on? You know, I had a really good senior artist tell me that, because I was also like, oh, I want to make this, you need to make this change, and you need to make this change, because, you know, I think that'll make the artwork better. He's like, yeah, but you just asked them to do, you know, all these changes and stuff already. You want to ask them to do more changes? Like, oh, I get it. You know, it's kind of one of those things, like, say your piece, say the thing that you want, make those adjustments, but at the same time, you also have to think about, you know, if you're literally feedbacking constantly, you're stopping production. So, like, you know, and that's why he uses that terminology. Is this a hill that you want to die on for this? Because you died on the last hill for those changes, and now you moved to this next hill. Do you want to do that again? But yeah, it's kind of one of those things. I've worked with a lot of different, very talented and amazing artist people, and it's kind of one of those things. You'll learn a lot from those guys, those seasoned professionals. Hey, what's up, Control? Welcome, welcome. He's working on this this sand giant for the M&M project still. I'm getting close to wrapping him up, I think, which is good. Oh yeah, well that's, everybody has their own thoughts on what a character should be, right? You know, you say orc, you just, and that was one of the fun things that we used to do sometimes I had like an art study group in college. We'd throw out like a 3-word description of a thing and then have to like visualize what that thing is. And then, you know, oh, thank you, Control. You're ridiculous. But yeah, we would throw out like what would be 3 good words? An orc fairy archer, right? What is that in your mind? And then we would like spend, you know, 30. We'd set a timer for like 30 minutes, and then we'd quickly draw what that would be. And it was a really neat way for us to come up and concept things on the fly, and then be able to like apply that into like why did you choose to draw your character this way, or why did you choose these design elements, and then we'd have a big discussion over that, which was kind of neat. The concepts for the giants, Darius, or just his concepts in general nail the look and feel for sure. Oh yeah. For the different races of the characters, yeah, absolutely. No, yeah, I know. My only qualm was because this is just my opinion, but you know, I feel like the high elf races and the different elf races, like, I didn't really, I mean, I guess I'm being fully disclosure, like, honest here. I didn't really like the wood elf, like, eyes. I always associate, like, it's called the sclera for your eye, is the white part of your eye. When you make that black, that always, like, infers an evil, like, ness to a character. And so when I saw them, I'm like, why are the Wood Elves evil? You know? And so for me, I'd rather have it like the Wood Elves have normal eyes because they're, you know, a normal. Even the High Elves, I feel like, should have just normal eyes, not weird glowy eyes. That just, A, it makes me think way too much of World of Warcraft every time I look at them. But then, B, just, traditional fantasy has them having normal eyes, right? And I think just that's my only, like, personal qualm about it, and my, you know, that's my critique, you know, of it. But I think they all look amazing, so, you know, my thought ultimately on the eyes is, why not have both? Where you could have a normal-eyed version, or the version that Goblin drew, but I don't. Ultimately, we'll see what people really, like, people on the team really want, so, I mean, I'm in camp, I want traditional, you know, fantasy art style, which dictates kind of more of just a regular-eyed character. But again, it's not ultimately my decision, so I'm just the artist. I'm here to make things look really good, and if people want it to be a different way, then that's the way that it is. Oh, Nick, you do fine with your art. Oh, the race. Oh, sorry if it took an ad break. That's always one thing that ad breaks do that is very annoying. So to circle back around, I was talking about the Wood Elf race. You know, if you look at them in the concepts, the way that I kind of look at them is they have a black sclera, which is the white part of your eye. And I've always associated, like, dark or negative things with, like, evil characters. And so to me, the Wood Elves kind of look evil, and I don't understand why that is the thing. Because in a lot of fantasy art, right, Wood Elves are just like normal human characters. They have normal, like, whites of eyes and stuff. And so for me, it throws me off, because when I first looked at the Wood Elves, and when I first joined this project, and I was looking at the concepts, the very first question I had in my head is, why are the Wood Elves evil? Right? Because I associate that with an evil nature, and Wood Elves to me are not an evil character at all. Like, they wouldn't even be close to that, because they are very much a nature character, and so to me they would be the most normal out of all of them. But at the same time, to me, personally, is why not have both? If people are really, really held on to, we want to have those dark eyes, we want to have the glowing eyes kind of thing, make it a choice for the player. That just makes it so you can choose what it is, and I think that's the best of both worlds, because it's not hard to make one face texture with one set of eyes and one face texture with the second set of eyes. It's literally just flipping on a layer. So, you know, that's to me where we could kind of like, what's the saying? Split the baby, right? And everybody wins. So, but again, I totally get it. If people have a specific vision for a thing, then I'm not going to get in the way of that, right? Like I said, I'm just the artist. I'm here to make things look good, right? But that to me was just kind of like one of those small things that I picked up on. True. I mean, even Goblin kind of had to make adjustments with his Wood Elves from what they originally were, because, yeah, they kind of looked more like moth people, and not in a bad way. I thought it was an interesting take. But at the same token, it didn't feel elf-ish. It felt completely different from what you're used to. right? Way outside the norm of things. But I think it's dialed into a really good place. Again, the eye thing for me is a very minor nitpick. Over the overall, I think they're great looking characters. But for me, again, when I think about the high fantasy, traditional, looks of what is a fantasy elf or wood elf, they have normal looking eyes, right? There is this picture in my mind of what that is, especially from like old D&D books, my old fantasy wargaming book here. Let me see, I gotta find, I know it's got some pictures in here. Let's see. Does it not? Holy crap. I thought this had more, like, photos in it. I must be just missing them. I have my old, like, very old fantasy war game booklet here. Anyway. I'll look up more. Yeah, it's got some really old photos in it. I don't know if we can see that. There we go. Oop, that way. But yeah, it's got some like neat stuff in here that I always use for really old stuff. Oh yeah, it's got some maps and stuff too. Anyway, Fantasy Wargaming by Galloway. Oh, for sure. I mean, there's so much good art out there too for old school art. See, that's one of the weird things. Yeah, I mean, I get the idea that Monsters and Memories is its own. It is its own idea and IP, and that means we can kind of do our own thing. But I think also it does put its foot in the door of the old fantasy games. And I think it's important for us to adhere to the rules that existed in those original IPs, right? And you could say, oh, well, you're just aping it, or oh, you're just using that, but it's like that's what all high fantasy or fantasy is based off of. We're just doing our own thing, right? Those all have elves, those all have dwarves, right? They all exist. I just don't think we have to step so far outside the realm of those basic core tenets, right? That's the idea. Keep it close to the original. Yeah, I think Wood Elf 2.0 is really good. I think the model version 2.0 that I put in with Erkin is like, I really like it. I'm having a real hard time if anybody wants to make adjustments on it, just because I think it looks fantastic and I don't really have any issues with it. So we'll see. If people really need changes made, that's fine, but I'm really happy with the product we came out with. The first tranche of changes that we did, I think really helped make those characters look fantastic. So if we have to push them further, that's fine, but I'm really happy with the product that we hit with this last iteration change on the Wood Elves. And I think a lot of people are going to be pretty happy with what we got. If we got to make more changes, that's acceptable, but I'm pretty stoked about what we got so far. So I hope we don't take a back foot because we have more changes coming. Well, yeah, that's where I hope we get to make that Soul Devour monster that I made. That would be super exciting, you know? But yes, I think we could do more with some original See, that's the thing. Is like I think for us, the originality will be in the monsters, right? I think we can adhere to some of those basic tenets of, you know, dungeon, or like dragons and, you know, the beholders and stuff. And we've got other monsters that people are very sand giants, you know, that people are very, you know, aware of with EQ and making sure that we're hitting those basic tenets as well, where we're like hitting those marks of like, okay, what was the bare minimum that EQ had? We need to have that too. But I also do think that we need some original monsters as well. But I think like our sand giant, you would look at our sand giant and EQ sand giant, and I don't think you would go, that's the same dude, right? They might both be named Sand Giant. We might both have that same thing, but I don't think you would look at mine and EverQuest and go, that's the same model. They just ripped that off, right? Like, this is completely divergent from that. So, while it might be named the same, it will be different. So, which I think is good. But I do think it is important that we have those basic markers, you know, from what EQ was, for sure. Me neither. Right? I think there's a lot of, and again, right? I think there's a lot of homage to EQ, and I think that's kind of what they're getting at. I don't think they're saying we're straight up like ripping off the models. I think there's what they're trying to say is, oh, you're just remaking those characters, right? But I think the thing about Monsters and Memories that players and just people that are observing the project or aren't aware of the project is like, it is a homage to EQ, right? We want to give you that EQ experience, but it'll definitely be different, right? It's definitely going to be a different place, but like, we want to have that feel, right? We want you to come back from EQ and go over to Monsters Memories and just feel like, oh, I'm home, right? That's what it always feels like to me. Exactly. We want to tip the cap, give the little nod to, hey, these were the trendsetters that were in front of us, right? Absolutely, 100%. Well, I mean, people just want to, you know, I feel like the other thing too, coming in from the outside as well, because like I haven't been huge into the MMO community for a while. I was working on FPS prior to this, and now I'm working on another FPS after this, right? So I think coming from the outside is that the community has just been burned from a lot of other projects, right? Like, let's be real. Like, there's a bunch of other projects that have done a lot of promises, and so the community is really hurt, and they're just looking for a project that's gonna like actually treat them right. And then they see Monsters and Memories and they get really apprehensive, but there's a team behind it that's passionately working on this project that I can attest to, that isn't, and it's taking them aback because Sean's out there just going like, he's just spitting truths, and he's like doing his own thing, and you know, the community, like certain players have been really hurt by like past projects. So it's one of those things where I can see the apprehension and I can see the difficulty that players are having with that, but at the same time, it's like, at least take heart that there's a project out there that's like getting worked on, that there's people that are very passionate about the work they're doing and they want to see this project to succeed as much as the community wants it to succeed. And I think they just need an outlet to go, no, it's broken. There, you know, there's got to be something wrong with this because we've been hurt so many times in the past. And the good news is that we're working on a project to try to mitigate that issue, right? And I think I'm excited about that personally. So, because I think there's, much like the name in the studio, there's a niche market out there, right? There's a niche world where we can jump in and fill a spot that the community is really missing, and that's what gets me excited about working on this project for sure. You know. So no giant magical hands. I mean, I'm okay with modeling out some giant fingies. I just hope that we're not overselling the game that we're building right now, but at the same time, I'm really excited for the fact that we're getting as much done as we are now, but we got a long road ahead. And I hope that the community realizes, specifically with this project, that it is not a sprint. This is a marathon for building out a absolutely massive MMO that I think players are really going to enjoy. But the struggle will be, it will take time for us to do that, right? With the team that we have, the size that it is, right? And the quality that we're looking to hit, like, that is the one thing where, you know, will the player base afford us that opportunity to do so? Man, I hope so. You know. Again, that gets me really excited about working on this project, because the one thing that the EverQuest community is, passionate. And one word I can honestly say where the community for EverQuest and just classic MMOs in general are a passionate group, and I think that's what we're hoping we are able to attain, is the admiration of that group. Oh, I'm lucky I saved earlier. I just heard Windows give me the cry of despair. Of course. There it is. Thanks, Windows. Appreciate you. I did save prior to this, so no harm, no foul. Task manager this. There it goes. Alright. Ditch it. I'm also going to close out my Photoshop, so I don't need that. Nope. Alright, bye-bye. So no worries. I know, big F, but hey, I knew it was coming, so I don't think I really lost too much. I'm just going to check my autosave, just in case. But I think we're okay. No worries. Alright, I lost a little bit on the cloth, but that's okay. Yeah, that's not bad. Alright. I do want to see if my... When did I save you last? Okay, it's basically in the same spot. Okay, I'm not too worried about it then. I still gotta ask Zukin for his sound package so you guys can spend bits and go, hey, when was the last time you saved in Sean's voice? Because I think that's fantastic. I will have to spend some time and make some, like, cool channel stuff for us, too. So I'll have to find some time to do that. Oh, for sure. Well, I don't know, I told this story earlier, but I had a dream of a new, unique D&D creature, and I'm pretty sure Nick was here for that, but I don't know if everybody else in this room was here for that. But I have this, monster that I had a dream of, and I, read out the description and stuff. If y'all want me to, go through the description again, I'm happy to roll that up again, but it's a cool monster, not gonna lie. Or you can always watch my first video, I think that's when I talked about it. Go back in time a little bit. Right now, I had used OBS originally, but it requires a lot of, add-ins and plugins to, kind of do things that I wanted it to do. And so, my other buddy who does a lot of streaming told me to use Streamlabs, and that was super easy to set up, and so I use Streamlabs. It seems like it works pretty well. It's got a lot of the all-in-one kind of stuff that I needed it to do. So, yeah. Mostly you just use the Streamlabs. Using hardware-wise, I mean, my rig is really beefy. So, I mean, I've got my little webcammy that I bought. It's a little Logitech whatever, and then which is good quality. I think it's 1080p or whatever, but I think that's all you really need for me being shrunk down here. Yeah, exactly, and that's kind of why I went with the Streamlabs, because it was really easy to just set it up. I did 2 things, that's all I really needed. Boom, I was ready to go. So I highly recommend Streamlabs. You can get more elaborate with it or not, you don't have to. As for my mic, I'm using a Rode mic. R-O-D-E, Rode. And then, I mean, my computer is absolutely just tip-top of the line, so... But that's because I do a lot of work on it, so that's, hardware and stuff is all super, super good. any best practices for streaming that I can share? I mean, for when I'm streaming personally, or for just getting stuff set up, or... I mean, best practices is make sure you have some chill music playing that isn't copyright strikeable. You know, interact with community. Hard lessons learned. No, I haven't ever had any hard lessons. I always try to, like, you know, make sure you know, I'd say the biggest lesson for me for streaming is never bend to the pressure of needing to keep streaming instead of, like, taking a break. While it is important in terms of stream culture to, like, keep streaming and always be on stream, and that's very important, you know, I've always wanted to kind of, like, institute a 7th inning stretch where I've streamed for like 3 hours, I'm ready to stand up and just, like, move around for a little bit, and then just be like, hey, I'm gonna mute myself here for, like, you know, 30 seconds to a minute. I'm gonna walk around my room so that way I can stretch and, like, get up and do all that sort of stuff, or take a break or whatever, and then come back to it. But I know that some people just want you to keep streaming continuously because they want the entertainment and interaction, right? But, you know, it's really easy to get into unhealthy practices while streaming, and this is something that, it's one of the reasons why I did stop. I used to stream a lot, probably about 4 years ago. I was streaming pretty much all day, every day, probably about 8 hours a day I'd stream. But it led to a lot of, like, really unhealthy practices and stuff. And, I mean, I would just be making art anyway, right? And that's kind of was the deal, was, for me, it was just to be like, I'd just be sitting by myself making my arts, but why not just bring the entertainment to people and stream for them? And really burned out super quick on that. So it is about kind of, like, establishing healthy practices for you. So, like, set up a timer, and then, like, after a certain amount of time goes by, take a break, and then let everybody know in the chat, like, hey, like let's everybody get up and take a little bit of a break, and so that way you can kind of, like, you know, walk around. That also, yeah, make sure you're not having your significant other walking around in a bathrobe or whatever during your... I mean, like, you know, I mean, would it be that bad? There's all these hot tube streams going on, but yes, I would highly recommend making sure that, you know, I'm facing a door or whatever. There's nobody here, so I don't have to really worry about that, but, like, yeah, exactly. You know, you guys can see inside my kitchen because I'm in my living room, and it's very nice. You know, it's the best spot I got. You know, I could throw this whole rig and stuff in my room, but I really wanted to be out in my living space when I work, so this is the best setup I got. Yeah, right? Again, nobody here. It's a one-bedroom apartment. I'm good. I do think it would be pretty dope to get a on-the-air light, though. I'm not gonna lie, that'd be a cool little addition. I will say the other thing that kind of stopped me from streaming too is I was working on projects that had, like, heavy NDAs. So that, like, really killed my ability to, like, stream stuff, which, you know, I had to... That was when I was also moving to Seattle, so I had to pack up all my shit, spend the 2 weeks doing that, move to Seattle, get everything set up there, right? Like, get myself all installed. Like, it was a solid, like, good month to get into the swing of things again. And then I was on a heavy NDA, and I'm just like, meh. Why stream? Like, it's just a giant pain in the butt. And so I basically took, like, a really long break from doing stream stuff. Yeah, exactly. Well, I know you're just in the corner there, Control. What you need to do is get one of those old like video cards that says I'm turbo gaming or whatever, right? Like that's what you need. With like the old Nvidia logos or AMD or some shit, right? I'm monster gaming or something like that. Hang that on the door handle, then they know not to come in. Finally, we found a use for those things. Man, the one thing I hope that Robert makes from us, because he has all these different themes for the different places in the music, right? But he doesn't have like a battle song. You know, he's got like this place and this place, and you know, this is the location, and each one of them are fantastic, right? In terms of like the audio, but like we need like battle music. We need like what's the rest music, right? What's the, you know, more actiony kind of songs and stuff. I'd love that. Yeah, combat music would be sick. I think if it's a delayed, if the battle music is delayed until you take your first battle action, like you the player takes your first battle action, then the combat music should swell in, right? I don't think the music should start when a mob aggroes you. I think the battle music should start when you make your first attack on the monster. Yes, exactly. You turn on in auto attack like you do. 100%, yes. And then combat music should come in, right? Absolutely. Because you're taking the battle action, right? I am now in combat. My battle music starts because I have started combat. Same with like a heal. The battle music would start when you heal the person and you first get into combat, right? Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it could be boss music, sure. I think you could have, though, Nick, you could have battle music general, and then battle music boss, and then you could have specific boss battle music, right? I mean, it just gives us more audio and variance, right? Look at Final Fantasy VII, or I mean Final Fantasy XIV, right? Every boss has its own frickin', combat soundtrack now, right? So, I think it's just more of a giving the player options for battle music, right? I don't think there's a wrong way to approach that at all. I do think there needs to be a battle music sonnet for general combat for mobs, and then a battle music sonnet for bosses and stuff. I think there should be two different variations, at least at the initial release. And then if we want to do specifically more battle songs for general combat and for boss music, then you could always just make it'd be a random variation for what you're hearing. Right, exactly. You would have battle music and epic battle music, right? You'd have two tiers. And again, that would be based off of your first battle action when the music would kick in, Exactly. Well, that is also a complete option. I mean, there's a couple of games like Destiny that I play with no audio, and then I play my own soundtracks to that, so yeah. But I do feel like our music is so well composed that it would behoove us to have some battle music and stuff, because I think it's well worth, I just want to get, when you get into that combat and you start that combat, right, at your own action, that you get that up-tempo swing, and I think that helps a lot with the action. Heck, it would be even dope to have, like, some death music or something, right? Where if you, like, you all die, all of a sudden there's, like, a shift in that tempo that, like, fades into a softer, you've died melody, right? Even when you're doing your run back, you're getting that, like, soft, like, sorry melody. I think there's a lot you can get out of that sort of stuff. I don't think it has to play the whole time, but I think there would be a neat little, like, it would play the one song and then switch back to the zone song. And then you get into the dungeon music, right? You'd return back into the dungeon or whatever in which you died, and then you'd get that song, and then get your resurrections and stuff, and you're still in there, and then, okay, we're gonna try it another time, you get your battle music again, right? Either standard battle music or boss battle music, whatever you're doing, and then it transitions back out into a, like, you know, basic music. Oop, let's get my bounce light on too. Bam. No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is like you can base the battle music based off the zone or the boss in the zone. I mean, like that's getting more into, you know, a higher level of needing more songs, right? Because then you would need a battle song for every zone. Which, I mean, if Robert's totally down with that, cool. But, like, I'm just talking about more having, like, you know, generic combat music, boss music. That's fine for iteration 1. But, yeah, you could definitely push it for, I want battle music for Telecure, and I want boss music for Telecure. And if we wanted to really get into, like, the really nitty-gritty, then you could do per boss or whatever. But I don't think that's really, like, necessary, right? But yes, I think that would be... I think it would add a good level of just higher engagement for players during combat and stuff. Again, even if it faded into a generic sort of battle song kind of thing, that would even be acceptable, right? Like, again, off the initial, and then if we wanted to spend more time on more advanced, you know, music orchestrations, then sure. But I think off the initial, I think just one battle song would be good, but, you know, that comes down to time and, you know, how much Robert can kind of, like, run through all the music and stuff, right? Like, you know, he's probably doing a lot of other stuff too, so... Yeah, that might be getting a little bit too advanced, is like doing per instrument stuff. But again, I think just having some variation in the music and stuff while you're doing things in the world probably just helps ground and add things to the world itself. Oh, sure. Well, that's kind of why I'm bringing up just a basic song transition on the initial. While you have to compose a new song, that does not require you to do a bunch of additional audio adjustments or anything to the system that exists, right? It would just be fade in battle music, fade out battle music, fade in boss music, fade out boss music. Now, granted, you could build more systems on top of that, which is fade in boss A music or boss B music based on where you're at. It could be based on per zone or not, right? Then you can build upon that system. But I think to start, I just think basic battle music would be something that would be pretty cool. Nice addition. Same with boss stuff, right? I'm only bringing it up because I'd love to hear it, right? I think the audio track already is a banger, right? I just want to hear more combat music because I think it would be amazing. Oh, for sure. I'm totally into the brainstorm. That is how I operate in the storm. Oh, absolutely. Well, I mean, gotta be slightly engaged. There you go, Nick. Another tip. Stay engaged with your audience. What's our time check? 8:10. I got time. I might do a 7th inning stretch here for everybody, so for everybody to just get up and, you know, if you are sitting at your computer this whole time, it might be a good time for you to take a stretch too. Probably in about 5 minutes, just because, you know, go do a foam roll or something, or, you know, get up, get a beverage, take a break. Okay, I'm going to take my 7th inning stretch right now. Alright, I will be back in just a minute. So, put on a timer or something, I'll try to hit that, but I will be right back. Okay, and we're back. See, thanks for sticking with me through that little stamp and stretch and get back into action. See, that didn't take too long. Not too bad. But it's one of those things, you just gotta, sometimes, like, you sit for hours and hours and hours, and, yeah, it behooves you to take that moment for yourself. Just gotta bring the community with you on that. By the way, if you don't ever have one of these, you ever see these things in the stores and stuff, one of these foam rollers, holy moly. You want to like roll your back out and get back like onto an even keel, those things are amazing. Alright, so I gotta ask chat. For Monsters and Memories, what character / class type are you most excited to try to play? Oh yeah, get them Elf Rangers. I was half thinking Elf Ranger myself, but I think I might be doing Druid just because that's my jam. Druid is like the class I love the most. It's kind of crazy. The first D&D character I ever played was a Druid. And that was back in 2E, 2nd edition. And then the second character I ever played was a Psionic. But I think for Eminem, the second player I probably would pick would be probably Monk of some sort. I don't know what I would pick for Monk, but I think it'd be Monk second. Ooh, Deep Gnomes would be sick. Yeah. I definitely, once we get Deep Dwarves, I really would want to do like a Deep Dwarf, like if we get to be, just even if it's just a fighter or just basic like tank, just go Deep Dwarf tank and just be this absolutely rock monster. I'd love it. Well, I mean, that's because he's capturing a feeling. There's a difference between capturing a feeling in the music and looking at something and going, I think it could look better, right? Music is a very subjective thing, and so if the music is uplifting and feeling enough, you're not really going to have any changes for it unless you're a musician. And even then, probably the tweaks will be minor at best, you know? So that's why, because people can, when you visually look at something, you can make an absolute judgment. When people hear things, they have a feeling. That's two completely different things, right? So yeah, when he would submit something, of course you would go, perfect, sounds great, we love it, right? Because he's nailing the feeling that you want to express for a certain zone or something. Now, if he released, like, techno music for, you know, Telekir, or, you know, this, you know, you'd be like, no, this isn't hitting it. But because he's focusing in on a certain feeling or place, right? Of course, the audio is going to go, yeah, we love it. Exactly, that's the whole thing. So he's hitting the tone, right? And that's what you want. That's because he has a very high talent for making music, obviously. Like 100%. Not only that, but it also feels like different, you know? It doesn't feel like, oh, it's just an EQ rip, or, you know, it's just World of Warcraft music, right? It's got its own theme and feeling for it, which I think is unique on its own. Exactly. It is Eminem like music, and you hear it and you go, if you were playing Eminem and you heard it, you'd instantly know what it was. And that's how you know you have a good song. For sure. I mean, a lot of bands do that, right? I mean, like, look at Metallica. Metallica will play a song. You could choose a song based off of any one of their albums and play it and go, that is a Metallica song, right? Probably minus Saint Anger, only because they screwed up the drums. But I digress. There is a person that redid all the drum cues off of there and remixed the songs, called Saint Banger, and it is phenomenal. So, highly recommend. If you really like Metallica, definitely go grab that audio CD, which is Saint Banger, and it is way better because they remixed everything off of that album. But I digress. You could pretty much take any one of their albums and then put it next to another one, or just play it in an aggregate and know that it was Metallica, right? They have a certain specific sound to their music that you know, nobody else has. You know, also like very much like the bassist from System of a Down, or you know, Limp Bizkit, or you know, there's myriads of other different ways that like musicians play music that put specific markers in on their music that makes it specific to them. But I will say, the Eminem audio like files that we have so far are just so friggin' chill. They're so good and iconic. That's kind of why I brought up the battle music a little while ago, because I do want some like more up tempo fight music, and I think that would really help, you know, diverge the amazing feeling of the environment and the music and everything that's going in, but then kind of like separate that with the combat. I think would help a lot to draw people into the world even more. Okay, cool. That feels good. Sorry, was testing some of the lighting there. Man, I can't believe it's Sunday already. Whew. So I know I only have like a couple of people that just chill out and watch me do this art stuff and whatever currently. But I will say this next week I probably won't be doing any streaming just because I got family coming into town. So just giving you all the heads up on that. I will want to stream, but I don't know when I'm going to have the opportunity to do that sort of deal. So I'm kind of a tentative maybe for next weekend. Probably not during the week. I mean, normally, again, I leave those times up to Goblet and Zukin to kind of fill in those points and Sean and them. So I normally kind of put weekend time in. But just giving you all the heads up, just in case. I will say probably the next time I stream, I'll be starting in on the Tarantula. Because I'll be putting this guy up for approval, and then feedback. I'll let feedback kind of sit and come in on that, and while I'm waiting for feedback to kind of come in and settle out from different people, I'll then kind of work on the next. Start working on the next thing. So if you want to see the modeling section for that, that'll probably be after. That'll be probably in the next stream. So I will be starting out probably with the Tarantula model. What time do it? 8:31? We still got plenty of time. I wasn't thinking about stopping until like 9. I'm sure y'all are like, really? You're gonna like stream for that long? I'm like, heck yeah, I am. I will say, yesterday I didn't get to stream for as long as I wanted to because I had to go take Doge for a walk. So, now that that's all taken care of, now I get to do the full stream thing. Which I probably would have wanted to do yesterday, but I didn't know if it would be weird, like, if I would have streamed and then went and walked that dog. You want to walk that dog? And then, like, come back in an hour and be like, oh, okay, now I'm back, I'm gonna work more. I just kind of was like, you know what, we'll just take the rest of that day off and stream on Sunday for an extended period just to make up for that time. Ah! Alright, Dolan, I appreciate you for hanging out. Oh, I'll be here for a little bit longer, so you'll probably be able to dinner for at least an hour, and I'll still probably be here. I don't plan on getting done in probably around 9:30, 10, so you got time, man. Or I should say, well, what is it? 9:30, 10 would be, you know, Central Time. So about 2 more hours, roughly. Probably should have put that as the disclaimer. So we got time. If y'all want to chill and chit-chat or whatever, or talk about art, or what I can talk about Eminem, sure. Let's go. Still feeling a little busy in this center region. There we go. I think that's just what I need. I need to take out one fold. Subtract 1 fold. That's feeling a little bit better to me, I think. I'm wondering if next time I do a stream, right, because I'm going to take this next week off, should I try to do like an all-day stream? That might be kind of cool. If we start out with the spider and see how far we get with it for like a full sesh. Not saying like full marathon stream, but like full workday stream on the weekend. That'd be kind of cool. Prep a bunch of snack bars and stuff and get all that ready, and then just like churn out as much as I can in a day. It'd be kind of fun. When was the last time I saved? Just now. I got every time I think about that now, I just think of Sean's voice in my head. So you might be wondering why I keep painting this stuff back and forth. Just trying to find like a thing that feels good, like a pattern or a fold or, you know, the lighting setup that is on this texture, right? I'm trying to find, you know, that point, that moment when I think to myself, oh yeah, that's working for me, right? Because otherwise, like, I could paint a thing and then just be like, I'm done, but does it feel good? Does it feel natural? You know, does it fit with what I'm trying to do here? You know, like, comparative to the front, does the back feel the same? No. Okay, if no, then what do I need to do to, you know, get them to be similar? But I also want it to feel natural and, you know, correct for what it is. Also, if any of y'all ever want like more of a play-by-play about what's going on, feel free to ask. You know, I'm just sitting here sketching, but y'all might be wondering like, what the heck is he doing or thinking, or, you know, what shortcuts are you using, or what program are you using? Those sorts of things. Totally happy to help out with any of those questions if you have them. Or you might just be jamming out to some art, and that is totally cool. No pressure. Alright, that's feeling pretty good. Just want to get a little bit more shadowing in here. Oops, I am erasing layers, which is unfortunate. that instead. There we go. That's much more effective. So right now I'm just trying to get some illusion going on here of folds. So that way when you look at the character from a distance, right, you can kind of see that the texture mimics the fact that there might be light bending, you know, light being up, dark being down, right? So I'm just trying to mimic some folds and stuff through just hand painting them in comparatively. Tricking the eye into seeing some depth that doesn't actually exist, right? Because it's just flat, but utilizing the geometry as well to kind of fake there being actually modeled out, you know, geometry here. Heck yeah, dude. Welcome back. Glad you have returned. Alright, I gotta ask, what type of pizza toppings did you get? That's the next question. That should, actually, that's the most important question right there. Oh, there you go, alright. No, you don't. No, you do not need pineapple on pizza. Get out of here. You monster. I am a traditionalist. Pineapple does not go on pizza. Pineapple goes in like a fruit salad. That's where pineapple belongs. Or as its own individual edible thing. It does not belong on anything else. Heck yeah, dude. Sandwich and cheesy bread? Nice. That is fine, just fine. Trust me, I know some people that have allergies to tomatoes, so totally get that. They're like, I can't do pizza. I'm like, I will eat more pizza for you, just so you know that it's delicious. Gotcha. I mean, a big part of it is just learning what you can and can't handle, right? Like, that is legit a thing. Heck, I used to go, one of my buddies, Nick, like, we would go out to bars and stuff with him all the time, and he'd have a beer and be like, yo, dudes, I'm not feeling good, I'm getting a headache, I gotta leave. I'm like, you are the most lightweight person. Turns out he's allergic to wheat, and has a minor allergy to corn, and, like, all these other things. Is like, oh, well, I mean, if it's an issue for you, then yeah, we'll go get some wine or something instead, or mixed drinks, because yeah, he's very susceptible to those things. So, you know, it's more of a thing where, yeah, it just will accommodate, man. Totally get it. No, for sure. I mean, that was the thing where we were just like, as soon as he told us, it was like, that makes perfect sense now. That we're out doing all this other stuff, and it was just like, I'm just allergic. It's like, oh. And then now, because he's part of my lunch group, right? Like, you know, we don't work in the same studios or anything, but like, we used to go all out to lunch together, and we still do pretty much once a week on like Thursdays or whatever. And like, you know, we accommodate him every time we go to lunch, because he's, you know, it's just about figuring out what people can do. What I'm saying is, we enjoy the company more than what we're going out to go and get food for. So, you know, that's the main thing. Also, truth. Some people can be very unlucky with the things in their life, but at the same time, like we were talking about earlier, I mean, we luck out on other things for sure. So everybody has to go through their trials and tribulations. They'll all just be different. Right? Look at this. I got nothing. I can't beard. I don't got none of that. So, you know, kudos. I'll never have a good beard. My beard is not good. It will never be good. I've tried. I gave it the old college try. Yeah, it just isn't gonna, it's not gonna happen. So, you got a leg up on me in the beard department. I mean, trust me, I got some friends with some really fancy beards, and they are absolutely incredible. I will not be one of those people. And not from the lack of trying. I just have very fine hair. It's very thin, very, very dainty. I have dainty beard hair is what it is. Oh, no. Right? Yeah, I mean, you're not the only one. It's just I couldn't grow a luxurious beard when I was unemployed. I didn't have that consolation prize, just saying. Oh, dude, for sure. Yeah, I mean, that was never me, so... Again, that was, like you said, it was very, very few genetic people that can pull that stuff off right away. Especially that young. For some reason, these are starting to look more and more like cutoffs to me, and I'm not really appreciating that. I don't know what I'm doing wrong here. It went from feeling good to feeling not great. Right? Should I just put some, like, pockets on the back? Right? Like, just put some big old, like, pockets back here. Like, jean pockets. Boom. Dude, he's wearing Daisy Dukes. I love it. Can I? Yeah, there we go. He's got them. Amazing. Ship it. Yep, you know. Probably is getting a little bit too uniform with the shadowing here. That's more than likely what the issue was. I'm gonna have to message Goblin and ask him if that's what he was going for. Were you going for the Giants to be in cutoff shorts? Cause that's what they're in right now. This is kind of weird. This is a weird thought that just popped into my head while I was kind of working on this, right? And granted, different genre, right? But working on this project and like these characters and stuff, I really get like that feel like I'm working on like a brand new Halo. Does that make sense? Like, we're making this like franchise basically, you know, from the ground up and stuff, and it feels like that old 2000s-y game. It's got, in my opinion, that same kind of hype, right, for it, and like that iconic feel. So I don't know, maybe I'm getting that weird vibe, but yeah, it feels that way to me. Yeah, right, they're more of a jorts kind of guy. But anyway, yeah, I'm just getting that weird, like, vibe, to me personally, that it's like, it's starting to feel kind of like original Halo in a way, which is kind of cool, which means it's got iconic things to it. And maybe I'm way off base, but it feels that way to me, which is just strange. Granted, I'm working on a sand giant. This isn't even the same genre, right? Totally get it, but like, it's giving that feeling to me. That's all. Yeah, I'm not trying to like be super weird about it or nothing, but yeah, it's got like that special feeling, right? And I know it's like I'm just working on some rando character, but again, like it was just something that popped in my head while I was working on this dude, where just had that same kind of like excitement to me, right? You know, I pre-ordered the original Halo when it was still on PC in 2009? No. 2000 and... Yeah, 2000 and... No, it was prior to that. It was 1999 when I pre-ordered it. God, that's so long ago. Yeah, I pre-ordered it in 99. I drove over to the EB Games, and I was standing there in the store, and Halo had just basically put out the 9-minute trailer for the... What was it? The Apple Expo, where they were like showing off all the new Apple products, and Halo was getting shown off, and it was third person. And they had that like 9-minute video, and I just fell in love with that IP like immediately. And I pre-ordered it right then and there because that's what I put all my money into. Because I was a PC gamer, right, at the time, still am, right? And then the funny part was, what was it? Like 9 years later, like way later after that video had come out, you know, it had been switched over to Xbox only, right? And then I had to go into that EB Games with a receipt that you could barely read. The ink was like basically almost non-existent, and go, "Hey, I pre-ordered this game in full and it's on Xbox now, and I don't own an Xbox. Can I get a refund?" And then they had to refund me that game because I didn't own an Xbox. I didn't have enough money for Xbox. I bought a PC. I could have played the game if it was on PC. And then many years later, I think it did come out for PC, which is the Combat Evolved version, right? And I immediately bought it because I'm like, I want to play this on my PC, which was my dream in like the year 1999, which was like to play this game. Oh man, what a trip that was. Time check, 9 o'clock. We got one more hour. We got a full hour. So those of you chilling out, you got plenty of time. Although it goes by quick, so I totally get it. Nah, yeah, totally. Dude. I would have had like $55 instead of $50, right? Because back then, you gotta remember, games were like $40, you know, and I put my 40 down, and at that time, that was like everything that I owned. That was all the money that I had, was to get that game, was to pre-order it because I was so stoked for it, and then like, you know, 9 years later, still hasn't come out. It got switched over to Xbox only, and I'm just like, had to go in all disheveled, and then I think I bought, instead of, because they refunded me the full price, right? I had $40, and I think I got 2 games for that. And I think the one game I got, I know, was Shogun Total War, and the original for Shogun Total War 1. And I think I got Earthbound was the second game I got, which was more of a strategy game. Both amazing games. Love those games. I can't remember if it was... Oh, what was that other game? Battle... It wasn't Battlefield, it was Battle something. It was like the half and half, where you were doing the base construction and fighting. What was it called? I'll have to look it up later, but yeah. Oh, jeez. Yeah. My thoughts on Pantheon are pretty... Because again, I joined this project pretty late, and I didn't even know Pantheon was like a legit thing. So this is kind of like me coming from the outside perspective, but it really feels like the team from Pantheon bit off a little bit more than they could chew. And then, again, this is coming from a 20-year vet developer, and and maybe it was like scope creep that really hit them, or... I'm not sure. It seems like there was something outside or interior that they were fighting with, that they've now had to like contend with the realities of their situation and had to make adjustments, which totally happens in the games industry. So that's through like no fault of their own ultimately, but it just feels one of those things where like your heart kind of goes out to them, because it feels like they're a little bit underwater, and I hope that they make it. But man, it's feeling kind of bad. I mean, in the videos that I've watched about it, it's not in the greatest of shape to see where it's at now. And again, I can't really comment on the community because I'm not one of the community for Pantheon or anything like that, but it feels a little bit worrying as a person that like works on projects and stuff, right? Yeah, it does feel like they've now taken a direction and now are going with that direction. I will agree there, but it did feel like they were treading water a little bit pretty hard for a while, and they didn't really know what to do. And I do feel that could be a little bit with Brad's passing, but I think the big change in direction was quite abrupt, and I think that's rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. And again, this is just looking from the outside and kind of just starting to digging in on what that project was and is, you know. Hopefully they're able to figure it out. I am getting I don't know if any of you played the game Battle Right at all, but it is feeling a little bit of those vibes. Granted, they ended up coming out with V Rising later, and that's a phenomenal game. From everything I've heard about it and seen about it and watched about it. But like, man, I love me some Battle Right. I made artwork for Battle Right. I got to work as a contractor on that project. But yeah, it's one of those games where it had all its heart in the right place and everything was in the right spot. Hopefully this change in direction for Pantheon will take them in the right way. So, that's the hope, right? Because, I mean, I just want to see more games succeed. So if they can right the ship and get it back on track, that's great. I don't know if they've gone the right direction with the way that they handled things. That's up to interpretation. But, I mean, hopefully they're on track for a better product in the future, right? Because I just want to see good games get good, It's the same kind of thing with, this whole kerfuffle going on over Helldivers, right? Like, holy moly. I love me some Helldivers. It's a shame to see the thing I've been talking about with my own group is like, I hope it sucks to see people taking their strifes out on Arrowhead when PlayStation is the one that's really driving this whole issue. And it sucks to see that that's the case, right? I wish PlayStation would just kind of like see the forest through the trees and go, hey, we made a big F up and we should back off and just let our golden goose keep doing the thing that it's doing. But no, they had to stick their hands in it, and it's reaping the frickin', the whirlwind, right? Right, exactly. Yeah, I mean that's the thing about Pantheon is they've started to turn the corner, I think, right? And that's the good thing. As long as they stay on that trajectory, right? Like I think it's been like this slow dip down to this point, and now they had to make all these adjustments and changes, and it wasn't overly well received, and the community kind of like had issues with it. But I think they hit that rock bottom sort of feel, and now they're kind of on that upward trajectory, and hopefully they just keep riding that upward trajectory now, right? Sometimes you got to make those adjustments when it's not the greatest in the moment, and but hopefully you can hit that upward trend. Hello Games, like you were saying, man, what a travesty that game was. Sold all these copies, everybody was upset about it, and Hello Games just put their nose to the grindstone and started working away, and you hope that that's going to be the same fate, right? Where the dev team just really buckles down and starts just churning out great work, and the community comes around on everything else, because that's all you can really do. You can't win on every front, right? Sometimes you just got to sit down and just grind out the work until it's great. That is a legit thing. You know, the last project I was on, Due Process, I worked so hard on that game, and I just tried to grind as hard as I could to make it the best game possible. And just sometimes, like, you know, the stars do not align on a project that you're working on, and it's a downer, but at that point, you just got to move along to the next project and hope that this one is a bigger success than the last, right? You know, I mean, the one thing about that game that it did teach me in the previous works that I did was, you know, having a better work-life relationship is really important. So I learned a little bit off of that project because, man, I poured everything I had in that project to make it great. And just wasn't enough, man. So yeah, that's kind of what you hope for Pantheon, is that they're able to, like, just step it up to a new level. And it does feel like they kind of have the wind underneath them, right? Getting them up. So that's good. I think just the way that they went about their adjustments and changes was a little bit negative, and that's kind of what, again, with the Pantheon stuff was kind of like a downer for the community, right? But again, I think as they've continued to kind of get their, you know, wind underneath their wings and stuff, I think they're starting to take off again, which is great. And I really hope them all the best success for sure. Again, we need more good MMOs, man. It's one thing that's missing is, like, the MMO community is really, like, taking a lot of hits as of recent. And again, there was a lot of, like, MMO consolidation, and then just, you know, because there was only, like, one or two good MMOs, like, the MMO space is really, like, oh, it needs to be the best of the best. It needs to be better than X or Y, otherwise it's a failure. And that's really taken its toll on the MMO community, is that there's not enough room for there to be multiple MMOs. There has to be, like, one or two really good ones. True, people love a good comeback story. That is also very true. But I think MMOs have kind of landed in a very strange space of this, we don't want giant publisher MMOs because they're not able to bring about what the community is looking for, and then your MMO has to be at such a scale that the community is, you know, into it, or it requires a bunch of backing and nobody really wants to back an MMO, right? Like, that's another thing that's kind of come about, where it's like, oh, MMOs are dead, no publisher wants to touch them, you know, it requires all this work and upfront stuff, and that's where this game is really different, I think, comparatively, which is, hey, we're doing this on our own time, we're contributing, we're trying to make this a really good game, right? And it's a different approach to that MMO genre, where it's like, it's much more, I don't want to say community driven, but it's community focused. But it's not required for us to, like, be beholden to a publisher to do X or Y, and thus making it kind of like a really enticing project, because we're not asking for your money, and we're working on this project on our own accord, and thus devoting our own time and efforts into it to make it great. And at the same time, we're trying to listen to the community as best as we can for the project when we do our tests and stuff. And, you know, we've been learning a lot along the way, but it's been interesting to see that dichotomy of you know, it's a refreshing voice in the MMO space because we are being so open, obviously, in our creative development here, as we the artists stream stuff and Sean streams stuff, and trying to be really open and communicative about the project itself. And, you know, Sean posts, here's what we spent money on, and like the whole like financial breakdown of things, which again, it's kind of breaking the wall of the mystique that games have, which I've always felt like we are in the year, you know, 2024, right? Games have been in development since like the mid 80s, right? And people still don't understand how video games are made from the ground up, right? There's still this vast mystique of how a game gets created. And players just think like, boom, there's a product, it exists now, right? Now the video game, it comes into fruition, and they miss the fact that there's, you know, 4 or 5 years of work, you know, devoted into the project ahead of time before it even like sees the light of day. And that has been a thing that has existed in the games industry since it's existed. Players just think the game exists and they don't see all the work that goes into it. And this is like one of the very few first projects that I've seen that shows all the work required into it. Yeah, for sure. I think then you get to see the faces behind. I mean, how hard is it to break out of the games industry mystique, right? How many developers can you name on hand, right? Like a Todd Howard, you know, a Kojima, right? Like very few, you know, an Iwata, right? Like there are very few developer names that break out of the video game creating space, because there are so many artists and animators and developers and writers and just all of the different disciplines. I mean, there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people working on different projects, right? And those people, like Sean, right? Like all those people that all are contributing to these projects, right? And then you get these very select few people, like during the Game Awards. You know, it's not like the Game Awards go to the entire Game Awards team and you get to see the whole team that created that thing, right, up on stage at the same time. No, they present it to like one guy. And it's like that guy becomes the guy that gets the award, right? And that guy gets the name, and the name everybody knows, and then thus that's the person that's recognized by everybody, right? And that's the thing about the games industry is like, whenever you buy a game, just remember, it's not one person that made that game. It's like 100 plus 300, you know, it depends on the size of the game, right? You're buying Grand Theft Auto, that is hundreds and hundreds of people, right? Like that are all working on that game. So that's kind of like the crazy part about working on games, is like it is gigantic groups of development teams. But yes, I think it's really important to, especially in this day and age, and it seems and feels like in the MMO space specifically, and this is again just my observation, but yeah, as we've kind of said, like, it is really important to continue to organically grow a community, just because, like, it because of, like, the social media sphere and just the way that, like, other game developers have treated, you know, players and in general, right? It's really changed the landscape for creating games. And I think as we continue to go through the development of games, the development space is going to continue to evolve, right? Yeah. So, yes, reading the last comment, I 100% agree. It feels like what sets M&M devs apart from the Pantheon devs, the level of transparency from the M&M devs and the streams, that all of them are showing that they have showing what they're working on is so refreshing that I've really enjoyed understanding what it really takes to make this game. Yeah, I mean, that's 100% true. And I think studios are going to have to start doing that more, right? I think that this level of transparency, and maybe it's just going to be us, right? It might ultimately just be that but I'm starting to feel like the MMO space in particular is going to need to do this more. Because the projects are so big and require so much work and require, like, the developers to invest so much time, that it's gonna need to become more of this, like, open, unless you have, like, Sony, like a gigantic publisher backing you, right? Like, I'm just talking more of the indie project side here, that unless you have one of those backers behind you, you're gonna have to show the work, right? Oh, no worries. Welcome back. No, for sure, Nick. Thanks for hanging out. Let's see. Gotta head out and get some stuff done. Thanks, stream. Do you have days scheduled already, or are you still sorting that out? Days scheduled, Nick. What do you mean by that? Like, for this next stream cycle, or for the next week? I got family coming into town, so I might not even be streaming next week. We'll see how... Yeah, I don't have any plans to stream next week, so next week might be a good launch point for you for the weekend. I normally just stream on the weekends too, because I know that Zukin and Goblin stream a lot on that as well. So I try not to, like, and Sean also. So I try to stay out of the way of that and figure that, and I need to get more online with, like, what everybody's stream schedule is to, like, figure out what days would be good to, like, if I need to fill or, you know, cover a day or something like that, then we could do, like, 24/7 M&M development, get in here, right? Like, kind of thing, which would be, I think, sick, where somebody's streaming at some point on the development project, right? But regardless, yeah, next week I don't think I'm going to be streaming very much, but hopefully I'll be streaming. Like I said, I want to do a stream that's like a, not an all-day stream, but like a full workday stream for, like, I'll start out with the spider and just start modeling the spider and see how far we can get with that in, like, a day, and I think that would be pretty dope. Yeah, I don't know if 24/7, well, we are in different time zones. It would be possible. Anyway, I don't want to take up too much of your time, but yeah, I think the next time I jump in and start streaming, I'm probably gonna just go full on. I'm starting the tarantula. Even if this guy isn't fully done, I'll submit him for what is it? Feedback, and then see what the feedback is. But then I'll do like a big stream day of like, you know, 9 to 9, like stream day, like on like a Saturday or something, and just knock out like a big old chunk of the spider and see how far we can get with that. You know, it's a couple of day process, so I'm not gonna finish it in one day, but you know, it'll be here's the full modeling and maybe get to unwrapping in a day kind of thing. You know, you never know, or get most of the model done. Yeah, I mean, that would work. I'm not gonna lie. All right, Nick. Thanks for... Oh, also, thank you for the subscription, man. Really appreciate that. That was unnecessary. I do not require subscriptions, but I appreciate it. You know, I'll go get a pizza or something for that. You know, that's the one thing I was like, ooh, I get some pizza money? Although I'll probably cook pizza, and then maybe I'll share it on stream or something. I don't know. Figure out a way to like cook pizza and make it and then show everybody. oh, I could post it in my I'll just start making my frickin' Twitter just all pizza photos for when I make pizza. It'll be artwork and pizza photos. No. You would have to devote multiple subscriptions and I'll make a pineapple pizza. Ugh. God, what am I saying? Then I'm beholden to make pineapple pizza, you monster. Yeah, right? Well, yeah, right. 10 subs. No. It's gonna be, yeah, right. And eat it on air for 10 subs. Get out of here. I'd make a pineapple pizza for 10 subs, and then I'm gonna give it away to the neighbors. Hey, my subscribers made me make a pineapple pizza. Here, eat this, please. I don't want it. And then eat it on air. Gross. I'm already starting a theme and I don't like it. Yeah, that is one thing I'll have to get better at is I'm still learning how to get better at proofing my dough. I'm still really inconsistent on the dough. Like sometimes I make my dough and it's a little bit too chewy, and then other times I'll make my dough and it's frickin' perfect, and I gotta iron that out. I'm lucky my ma is a really good cook too, right? And like for the longest time I was having issues with my dough, and she's like, hey, let me take a look at it, and she's like, you did this and this and this wrong. I was like, ooh. So now I gotta just figure out what it's gotta be in the proofing process, because I'm doing everything else right, so still gotta follow up with a couple more. Dough is really hard to make. I don't know if you knew that or not. Like, it's crazy difficult. You'd think it's easy. It's like water and flour with some yeast, but there's more to it than that, so gotta find some improvements there. Yeah, it is a fierce and fickle mistress, you're not wrong. I do have to say, I do very much enjoy this Monsters and Memories, like, group. Checking out the forums every day is super fun. Just chats and stuff, like, man. I am excited for this project. That's one thing that is undeniable. It's gonna be fantastic. Yeah, 100%. Like, this community... I have not run across a community that is this... not only passionate, but just kind. You know? Like, it's a whole different group of cats compared to, like, different projects that I've worked on in totality, which... you know, makes me really excited to work on this project. I think that is why most of the people working on this project have this much passion going into the project. It's just the community has made it such a welcoming space. So, yeah. Tip of the hat to all y'all. Definitely makes it easy to stream and dev stuff when the community is all behind you, right? So, for sure. True. True. Also true. Right. I mean, you guys could rage in here if you think this guy, like, looks terrible and wouldn't fit the theme or doesn't feel right. Like, again, that's acceptable. But yeah, I think it's harder to go to just be like, you're a faceless corporation of jerks. You guys aren't listening to us when we're just humans just chilling here trying to make great artwork, and our hope is that we win your approval. Right? I think that's the main thing. Like, we just want you to be happy with the product. And that's the one hard part about, you know, a lot of these studios that are working for big corporations and stuff is, you know, those people sitting behind the desks working on the products, right? As weird as it is to call a video game a product, right? But, you know, there's people behind those desks that are just like, I just want to make cool artwork and make people happy with what I'm working on, and they're all upset at me or whatever the project is because faceless corporate people that want green line to go up, or, you know, the what is it, Excel spreadsheet box is red and they want it to turn green, and so they're like, do this really bad PR decision or personal decision or artistic decision because we want red box to be green, that isn't what this project is, right? And I think that's why there is some of that. I'm not saying for our project in particular, but I just think the game space in particular right now just has a lot of people like marred by the bean counters that have made bad decisions for previous projects or games or studios or whatever, and force those people into like making really bad calls for their project. And so that's kind of where some of that like really harsh passion comes in, because they don't want to see that happen to other games or their game they really like or project that they're watching. They hope it turns into, the next thing that they love. But yeah, sorry, going off on a tangent anyway, but I prefer the Giants with arms. I mean, he'll have his arms back, don't worry about it. We're working on it. It's just when I didn't have when I had his arms shown, it's hard to like rotate around the object, because sometimes I'll click on where the arm is and it wants to draw on that instead of just rotate. So he will get his arms back, no worries. I'm still cleaning some stuff up here. He'll have arms again eventually, no worries. Yeah, arms, yeah, exactly, right? You have to give me a sub for him to get his arms back. Kidding. Alright, my buddy and I were at a shop talking about this today, about how big money doesn't make games better necessarily. Feels like the market went too far in that direction. Big studios bought out so many good smaller studios and then gutted them. And now it's the rise of the smaller indie games and smaller devs. Some of the most popular games now are not even AAA games. Absolutely. I think there's a weird dichotomy that kind of has taken place in the industry right now, where that's partially correct. You have to remember, games are like a large ship, and once you set sail and then need to make a direction change, it's really hard to do that, right? Because it is for a lot of games a 4-year development cycle. And so if something happens during the development of your project or your idea or new IP or whatever that might be, you might have to change direction, and that is very hard to do unless you're looking at it way down the road and in the future, right? The most successful titles are titles that see a position in the market that I don't want to say like they exploit it, but they can look at a position in the market, right? They see that there is a position in the market in which they can use their product to kind of fill, and then can use that to kind of gain leverage on the industry itself. You look at a game like Valheim back when they came out. It was a building game that kind of riffed off of Minecraft, but it actually had like structural integrity and stuff. And then it had survival stuff, and it had all these other elements to it, right? And then you look at a game like Lethal Company that just came out. It's more of like this survival roguelite, industry-esque sort of game, right? But it's all these different elements that are kind of getting combined together that work really well together. And I think that's kind of one of those things where, some of these smaller indies kind of saw this little niche. And I think in the instance of Lethal Company in particular, just to kind of focus in on that, is that the Lethal Company developer has just kind of been working to their own drum they haven't really been looking at trends or anything. They just really wanted to make a really interesting and fun game. That was the thing about Lethal Company that I think is so unique. But I think it all comes down to studios wanting to make really neat and interesting games, because we've reached the point of very much saturation for games. So at that point, you have to become very what's the word I'm looking for? You have to be a very unique sort of game, right? You can't just be, it's Call of Duty, right? I'm just going to make another first-person shooter. It has to be something more interesting than that now, right? Because we've reached the point of saturation. If you want Call of Duty, go play Call of Duty, right? If you want, you know, a Siege experience, go play Siege, right? But if you want something more unique and interesting, games have to, like, the smaller studios, what they're doing is they're innovating, right? And that's what makes them way more interesting. You know, Tarkov is a great example. It started out as this extraction shooter. Extraction shooters have been around, but not realistic and dynamic, and just, you know, that game picked up its own niche group, right? And that's what games need to become more. And I think the reason why a lot of these smaller indie developers have picked up, you know, more traction is because they're going after these smaller groups with a more targeted experience. And, you know, because again, if you want your shooter, your just basic drab whatever shooter, the market already has that. The market is Call of Duty. Nobody, you know, you're not going to beat Call of Duty. If I made a game and I'm like, I want to make a new shooter game, I'm not going to go, I'm going to go fight Call of Duty, right? That's a recipe for my studio's instant death, because there's no way on earth I can fight Call of Duty, right? Same thing. I want to make a, you know, a combat Siege kind of game that's a la Siege, right? You know, Rainbow Six Siege. I'm never going to be able to combat that game. It already has its instilled user base. I'm not going to steal people away from that game, right? Like, they're already dedicated to that game, right? I have to come up with something that's more interesting than that game. You know, that's going to be the thing where you get people. You know, you're going to have to target your experiences off of what is the main expectation. You know, that's where I think this game really kind of steps into a void left by a few other games, right? I think a lot of people are ready for a new EverQuest, right? EverQuest has not filled the need that it or the void that it's kind of left, and no other game has really filled that void. And now there's a couple of projects in development trying to, you know, pick up that mantle about what's missing in that genre, right? For the game that people really want to have in that space. PlanetSide 2, I think just because it's so server demanding for the amount of people and size that combat is. I think people have tried to mimic it, but they're just not. It's just, PlanetSide is such a big game. You know, it requires such a large server infrastructure that I think most studios are just really scared to tackle something that big, right? I think the studios have tried. You know, they've tried to go after that. There's been a couple of extraction shooters that have tried to feel a little bit more PlanetSide-esque, but God, that's just such a big undertaking for that many players, for that size and that scope. Whew, I don't know. I mean, it's one of the reasons why you don't see a PlanetSide 3 out there either. I think even Daybreak and the studios that have worked on PlanetSide and that sort of stuff, it's like, it's such a big undertaking, right, to build that system of that scale out. it's really tough. It's a really tough thing to do. All right, after Monsters Memories, we're making like a new planet side, right? No, just kidding. Oh man, I'd love to combine a Sea of Thieves mechanic, but maintaining a magical flying castle and exploring elemental planes with crafting and building. Yeah, that sounds like an amazing game. You know what would be kind of cool would be instilling some... Have you ever played Bastion? Or seen Bastion? Is it called Bastion? Am I fucking crazy right now? There's a game called Bastion. It's like a building crafting game. Let me just double check this right now. Home. I want to search my games and software. Bastion. Nope. Why didn't you... Oh, no, I have to search in here. Nope, it is... Ah, I just saw videos of it. Why am I... No, that's not it. Alright, now I'm gonna be looking through my games list. Oh, Besiege. Sorry, Besiege. There's a crafting game called Besiege, and it has this very like craftable system where they give you like an objective, like blow up this wall, and then you get to create a vehicle to do that, right? And I have always wanted to make a game kind of based around that too, with the flying castle thing kind of that you're talking about, where you have a like open-esque sort of world, but kind of, I mean, like, I'll be real, I think, you know, Legend of Zelda, the new one, has kind of like made that where it's like make a vehicle and then you can move around the world that way, you know. But I always wanted to make a game where, yeah, you could move around the world, but you could also fight in that world with the machine that you build, which I think would be really fun. But they did that kind of in the Legend of Zelda kind of stuff too. But in Besiege, you get to make like your own like siege engine, which is basically what you're building. But it'd be kind of cool to build something like that. I actually have this idea for a game I always wanted to do. Escaflowne was an anime that I always really loved. But I always wanted to see a game that would incorporate like mech suits and tanks and all that sort of stuff into like a big combat fight, and I've never seen that in a game. And I think that would be so much fun. I had like an idea for like a universe or a world where like it was steampunk-esque, but not in like the victorious sense. It was more rudimentary steampunk, you know, more medieval steampunk. So in this medieval steampunk, they were doing some testing on some stones or magical rocks, and it rips a portal through the world. And like it's basically like the city is like a ground zero, and just has this huge magical explosion and unleashes like a whole bunch of magical creatures and elements and all that sort of stuff into the world. And so you have this now, you know, night steampunk world that's been infected with magic, and now there's all these magical users and stuff. And it kind of came around to being like a 40K or, you know, Warhammer-esque sort of, you know, it would be magic versus the steampunk groups, and then you would field, like you as a guild would field an army, and then in that army, all of you, like this 40-man or, you know, army would choose what units you wanted to field for that fight. And you would have like battlefields at which you could combat each other, and then whoever would win would gain territory, and then that territory would become like your new battle line. And so it would all be based off of like point systems and stuff that players would like set up. And the way I wanted to like do the armors and stuff for, like, let's say you're like a steam knight in your armored suit, and you're not like one of the giant battle units, you're just like a dude in your own thing, and you're like, I don't want to spend, we only have so many points, and so I need to be just a combatant. And so you would then go, okay, I want to equip these widgets and springs and like this power core and all these different parts, and you can kind of customize your own character based off of that. But you are one unit, and like you would be playing the most basic unit, which costs 1 point. And let's say you get like a total of 50 points or something like that for your battle army or whatever. And so, and it would be based on like the size of the armies, and the levels of the armies is basically how many points you got or whatever. But yeah, you could like customize like how you would combat in this fight, right? But then like, let's say you were going to be like a big unit, and you're like, we're going to order one giant knight unit, and that one player would be able to play it, and it would be absolutely massive, right? But then you could customize that thing too. I had all these ideas for this game. I've got it written down in a doc, but I've always wanted to like build that out into an actual like legit story arc and game and all that, the idea and everything for that. Like, oh, it would be amazing. But I always wanted to like incorporate the old, you know, Warhammer or 40K army system into a game. I always thought that was a really interesting idea that not a lot of people like. How many games have done that? I think there's only been like one, you know, like legit, like you have a point value and you're trying to match that point value exactly, and what you put on that field and the army you table matters greatly based off of what the other team is deciding. You know, kind of like the old 40-man raids. You're building a 40-man raid team to go fight another army, right? And I think that's a really interesting idea. I mean, to a degree, there was another game that kind of aped this, but it never came out. If you ever look up a project, or the game that I'm thinking of, it was called Project Offset. There was a group trying to make kind of like, it was more Lord of the Rings than it was like steampunk versus magic. But yeah, I thought it was interesting. But like on the magic side, I always thought, you know, whereas in the steampunk was like widgets and gears and like power cores and that sort of stuff, on the opposite side, for me, it was for the magic stuff, it was like runes and incantations and elements and that sort of stuff, and like building up all of those things where that's how you could augment your units based off of those things, right? Yeah, I've got some concepts and stuff that I had like come up with for some of the units for that and whatever, but I mean, again, that project requires like a way bigger team than just like a small studio. It requires like a full team. You know, I've got a couple of projects that I had come up with story and mechanics and that sort of stuff based off of like team size that I would need. So I've got stuff from like, oh, I want to make a game that's only like requires 5 people to a game that requires 150 to 200 people, right? And so it's just one of those things where like you kind of have to have projects based off of team size and stuff. But I have never been fortuitous enough to find people that are willing to like back a full build project, right? Oh, dude, Thief Dark. Oh my god, such a good game. Thief is just an amazing game. Yeah. I think solo games where you can kind of walk around and just do stuff is just fantastic. 100%. Nice. Yeah, right? A VR game would be pretty slick. I don't see the thing about VR is it just has not picked up as much steam. I think that the industry had hoped it did, and I think that's why a lot of like VR studios are really suffering right now because there's just, you know, nobody's just VR just did not pick up enough user base for it to be as widely developed. Sadly, you know, it's still very much a niche gaming element slash system. And the crazy part is I will continue to say VR will give you the best experience for a game because you are experiencing it, right? Visually, audio, moving, right? Like it gives you a deeper experience to the game, just hands down. It has a lot of shortcomings it still needs to overcome. Headsets are still too heavy. Batteries, you know, like a lot of headsets are still corded. They need to become cordless, right? Like until VR just becomes a pair of glasses that you can just put on and then experience VR, it's gonna still struggle because the user base just wants the most simple denominator in that space. I think once the headsets get light enough and battery powered lasts for long enough and they have like good audio applied to them, then I think maybe VR could take off more, but it's just not quite at that point that it needs to be. Still, cool tech. Cool tech. I hope it continues to take off, but not quite where it needs to be for mass consumption. Yeah, sadly Rift was kind of around that time where I still just did not have enough cash flow to be able to like play it. There were all these games that I was like, oh my god, I want to play this game, like Tabula Rasa or yeah, like Rift or, you know, but I had no money. I couldn't play these games. It made me sad. I never got to fully experience them. I'm glad I did get to experience some EverQuest at my buddy's house, playing his system on the weekends when he'd let me just go and do stuff and run around and fight things. And so I was never end game raider or anything in there, but it did get my beak wet on what the EverQuest experience was, and that was always super fun. I look back at that with super fond memories of him and I just sitting there at like his house and just we'd play games together and, you know, take turns and, you know, yeah, that was super fun. Oh man, 10 o'clock reached here really damn quick. I was not expecting that. Well, where we be at? Well, friends, I think we're getting really close to getting done with this dude. There we go. We're going to bring his hands back. Oops, I forgot I got to turn that layer off. There we go. I think we're getting pretty close to getting this guy in good shape to be able to send him off for submission. I do need to do a little bit more cleanup on the skirt, not going to lie. Maybe just a little bit on the shawl. And just some minor cleanup here on the, you know, his cutoffs. But I think we're really getting close to submission time, because done with hair and all that sort of stuff. I feel like I've added a good amount of detail to the, and beat up to the feet, where it looks like he's taken some hits and mushed some mans, and I ended up getting some, you know, if I turn his, like, physical hair off, he's got some skin blemishes in now as well, so we got some of that going on. So yeah, we're starting to get that depth of layer going on, which is very nice. And we got like belts and stuff that we can all turn on in here, which is also good. So I think we're starting to get to the point where we can just like double thumbs up him and send him off to get reviewed. You know, I might take a little bit of time off stream when my family is in town to just button this dude up, because I would like to switch over in the next stream. I actually will be just straight up spider. But I'll still show you, hey, here's what I came up with probably before we start spider stuff. If anybody is interested, I might even just put that in just so people, if they're watching the video or something, get to see the dude like once I get him 100% done. But he's like 98% there. Like, let's be real, there's not a lot here where I'm like, it's looking terrible or looking wrong. So he's really getting into his final form right now in that regard. So I am getting excited for you guys to be able to watch him walk around in the sand flats and just go crush some players. So, you know, he's really getting to the point where I just really don't know what else I need to work on, but it's just a little bit of cleanup right now. So, but yeah, everybody, you know, it's 10 o'clock. I'm sure most of you are getting ready to wind down or are winding down, or there's other people you want to go watch and go do that with. So I'm going to let y'all go and do that, but I really appreciate you for sticking around with me for this much longer stream, which is what I wanted to do yesterday, but I forgot about the Doge. So, you know, got that taken care of, and I was glad I was able to get a little bit more of a stream in for you today. And yeah, appreciate you all for watching me. We're at affiliate now, which is kind of neat. So over the last 4 streams, there have been enough of you lovely people in here from the Monsters and Memories community, or just avid art watchers to like join me. So I appreciate y'all for joining me for today. So I will see you in the next one. Again, I've got family coming into town next week, so I don't know if I'll be able to do any streaming. More than likely no, just because I want to hang out with them. But I will the next week pick back up after that. So just hang in there. We'll have lots of other Monsters Memories people doing art streams and stuff. So yeah, you'll have plenty of other people to watch and that sort of stuff for our community. So I'll see you in the next one. All right, later, everybody.